Hello and welcome to another edition of Attlas Information Live. We are your host, Attlas Alex, and we are very happy that you could join us today as we continue on our series about suffering and about the different directions that suffering can take us. And this past week revealed new fruit, if that's the word we want to use. It yielded some very interesting directions with which to approach the topic and bring together a lot of what we have been sharing with you over the past few weeks, and going back further than that, many weeks, going all the way back to when we started talking about following your bliss and what that meant. And as you know, last week we talked about suffering that divides and creates despair, that dispirits us, right? Despirits us. As opposed to 2 weeks ago, when we were talking about suffering that inspires and unites. And we focused last week on the relationship between being despirited and suffering, and how the word despair relates to being separated. And we hear a lot about that word separation. And in the New Age especially, people talk about the illusion of separation and how we all think ourselves separate, and that it is the thinking ourselves as separate, the belief that we are separate, that separates us. And as we were meditating on that aspect, something very clear came to us. That separation and the New Age's concept around separation as being a product of belief, that you believe yourself to be separated, which the inverse of that the New Age believes is that all you have to do is believe that you're already united, and that bingo, you'll be united. And this is the very foundation of all dogmatic religions, all degenerated religions, all degenerated spiritual traditions are founded on this erroneous viewpoint that belief is everything. It is the deterioration, the inversion, the degeneration of the word faith, which, as you know, because we have discussed it many times in many ways from many different angles. True faith is born of experiential knowledge. True faith is the trust that is born of intimate knowledge. And more than that, intimate connection, intimate engagement, so that in the medieval courts, witnesses gave faith when they testified. To testify, you present evidence. It means you bore witness. You were there. You experienced the event. You saw what happened. And because you have that direct experience, the court deems your testimony a valued contribution to the adjudication of the case, to determine the truth of the situation. It is the experience that allows that witness to give faith. There are many people who would be willing to step up and say, well, I heard this, and I saw someone saying that, and I think this happened, or I assume that happened. But this is all hearsay. This is all conjecture. These are not credible witnesses, and that is not credible testimony. And if it is not credible testimony, it is likewise not credible faith. To be faithful to your spouse means to know them intimately at the exclusion of all others. To know your mortal beloved exclusively. That has nothing to do with belief. You cannot believe your way into marital faithfulness. And likewise, you cannot believe your way into spiritual faithfulness. To be faithful to our immortal beloved, to know them intimately, to experience them directly, and to be able to testify based on that experience, to be able to give faith, to bear witness to our innermost intimate essence of God within, our innermost intimate Christ. If we cannot believe our way into faith, then how do we believe our way out of it? How can our belief in separation make it so? Or is it that we are separated? And again, looking at the word separate, again, we have that root in there. The same root that is found in partition, to be parted, like the Red Sea parted, cloven in two, like we find in despair, where the pair is separated. We have that separation. But what came to us as we meditated upon all of this is there's a much, much better word for us to use. And that word is division. Division. And it is a better word for the simple fact that it is a verb, not an adjective. Of course, we can say we are divided, as in divided and conquered, cloven in two, right? And that's very much a cause of despair. But division as a verb, as an action, and as a state of being, the power of that word is that its root is vision. What we see, what we witness. And we have to appreciate that word in the context of true faith and the ability to give faith and the ability to be faithful. One cannot be faithful blindly. One cannot be faithful in ignorance. One must know intimately. One must see the light, see the facts, see reality as it is. One must have clear vision, which is the definition of the word clairvoyance. Clairvoyance, literally translated, means clear vision. And of course, in the metaphysical context, we are not referring necessarily here to physical sight, because as important a sense which that type of vision is, from the metaphysical point of view, from the spiritual point of view, clairvoyance, clear vision, relates to extrasensory perception. Having what many refer to as awakening or enlightenment, the opening of the third eye, the capacity to see not with our two eyes, but with our third eye, to see what others cannot, to see what is there, but is invisible to our physical eyes. In other words, that which is hidden on the level of physical reality. We must develop a vision and make that vision clear to see and thus experience and engage with, to know intimately that which is hidden from the physical realm and our physical senses. And that physical realm and our physical senses, along with our physical body, and most of what we interact with in the 3D reality that we experience every day, right now, including this moment, is all mechanical in nature. So when we talk about division, the loss of vision, the loss of the ability to see that which is hidden, the loss of the ability to bear witness, the loss of our ability to experience, to know, to be able to testify, to be able to give faith of all that is hidden behind, beneath, beyond the veil of physical reality and the five senses. Our mechanical level of existence, our mechanical level of being. This, as we are describing, it should be self-evident that such division has absolutely nothing to do with belief. Look around you, wherever you are right now. What dominates your perception? And do this with a clear mind, without any belief. Your objective perceptions, what do you see? What do you feel? What do you touch? What do you smell? What do you taste? What do you hear? This is not a question of belief. This is a question of your experience. What do you experience right now? Even as we speak into this camera and into this microphone, what we are seeing with our physical eyes is plastic and metal and various other materials associated with the physical realm. We don't believe we see that. We don't think we see that. That's what we see. That's our experience. But what we are conveying, what we are speaking, we are receiving. And it is being revealed to us, being shown us, moment by moment by moment by moment. And this physical mortal here on camera, live, is relaying that to you. And I, that mortal vessel, that mechanical apparatus, and that physical vehicle can only deliver and serve that which I have received, which I have seen. The vision that has been granted me, I'm passing along to you. Right now, here in this moment, because none of this is scripted. You all know that. But even if you're new to our live streams, even if you're new to our channel, you should be able to discern that we are not reading any of this off a script. This is not something that we have memorized or even prepared for. It is spontaneous, which is one of the reasons, perhaps, you notice why there are pauses and hesitations and sometimes starts and stops. Sometimes we allow the intensity to get the better of us, and with our enthusiasm and energy, our mortal mechanical mind, our rational mind, gets tripped up and either can't keep up or gets ahead of itself as it is desperately trying to convey to you the vision that it is receiving. That it is my job as the mortal vessel and the mechanical apparatus to pass along that vision to you. You see, in this context, division is not having the capacity to receive, not having the capacity to see beyond the veil. This is a metaphysical, scientific state. This is a fact. It is related to a level of being. It is related to our available free consciousness. It's not a question of whether you believe yourself to be separated. Because in truth, your higher self, your innermost being, your divine mother, hasn't gone anywhere. They're there inside of you. Your innermost being is always there. Your divine mother is always there. And they are always whispering with the still, soft voice, whispering their guidance and showing that which we need to see. And this is why the New Age is able to make statements like, you're always connected with Source, and we are all gods already. And it resonates so strongly with so many people. And then they add to that, you only think you're separate. You only believe you're separate. So if you just believe in what we're telling you, that you're one with your innermost being, and you're one with your higher self, and thus you're one with the universe and Source and everything else, that's all you need to do. Because on one level, there is truth to that. But that's why they prefer the word separation. And they would never use the word division. And that's why all of the degenerated religions have corrupted the word faith to mean belief. Because faith is a product of consciousness, and belief is a product of the rational mind. Belief is mechanical. Belief is part of the apparatus that the physical vessel relies on. You may or may not have caught a post that we made on Facebook. But it is one that we actually ended up posting on our blog as well as a separate article. We ended up writing 2 blog articles yesterday. Both of them were replies to Facebook posts or comments, but they were so long that, number one, we felt it was too long for Facebook, and secondly, they yielded such value that we felt it was appropriate to give them their proper due and their proper place. And so we have this article and this meme that we created. And this actually came in response to a conversation that Jordan Peterson was having with one of his many guests. It was, we believe his first name is John, but it's Lennox. If we have that right, it was, his guest was Professor Lennox, who is a scientist, but also a philosopher, a theologian, maybe not officially, but he's one of these scientists who is not an atheist, let's put it that way. He believes in God, and he feels that science does a great disservice to the truth by denying God. And Jordan Peterson and he were having this in-depth conversation, which was becoming very convoluted and complicated and complex, as one can imagine 2 intellectuals trying to get at the truth beyond the veil of physical reality, to get at the esoteric truth using such exoteric mechanisms as rational mind, mechanical mind. Because that is another way to understand, to comprehend the division that all of mechanical reality is exoteric. It is surface level. And the esoteric truth is on a deeper level. It is actually foundational to the exoteric level. It is the depths of the exoteric. And what came out of our response to them was this notion, because they were talking about achieving great heights, or actually all of this serendipitously happened, and we were replying to someone else, and they said, in response to our book and the cover of the book, the title, the subtitle, and so on and so forth, they replied saying, wow, that's a very tall order. We said, yeah, that's a very tall order. But a tall order becomes something else entirely when you look at it from another perspective. And here, with this meme, we have what appears to be a very tall order. We are at great heights in this meme, looking down into the well. And the deeper we have to dig that well, the greater height that we experience relative to the depths of the well. So, in a very real way, just from a level of physical perspective, physical reality, and the relationship between the bottom of the well and our relative position in relation to how deep that well goes, the deeper down we can see, the greater the relative height we are at. So if your vision can penetrate into the depths of your earth, of your microcosm, then you will invariably reach greater heights in macrocosm. And that's what we were showing in our thumbnail for today's live stream. Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, yes, but a more esoteric, alchemical version of that, where we have the individual in microcosm, and on the periphery of that individual, we have the macrocosm. And understanding that the human being is the earth in microcosm. And that where our physical body ends, the physical body of the earth begins. And as above, so below, as within, so without. But if we comprehend that all physical bodies draw upon the same source, they all have roots in the metaphysical. All those roots converge on this thing that at first we call the root system, and then we call the trunk of the tree. Then we are all connected. But practically speaking, there has to be an exchange of information. There has to be an experience, a knowing of that connection. Not a belief, but a knowing. There must be a crossing beyond the veil clear vision past the surface, beyond the facade, into the depths of the foundations of the earth in macrocosm and of the self in microcosm, our own earth, our hume, because that's the hume in human being. It means earth. And what came to us was this little allegory, this little analogy of a well. And our inspiration was, how do we heal the division? Our background is, of course, the Torii Gate of shrines and temples in Japan. The same two T's in Attlas that form the Torii Gate. The pillars of Jachin and Boaz of the Tree of Life. As we pass under the gate, through the pillars, we see a union of masculine and feminine, of objective and subjective, of heaven and earth, of conscious and mechanical, of yin and yang, of all the dualities of the universe. There is a reconciliation of the division in the Torii Gate. But how do we make that practical and meaningful in our life? Because knowing that, or thinking that, or believing that, or conceptualizing that is one thing. But how can we comprehend it and apply it in a practical, meaningful way in microcosm, in our own earth, within the orbit of our planetary dominion, within the confines and limits of our sovereignty? Because you are the Lord of your kingdom. You are the Lord of your fiefdom. You have complete control, complete freedom of choice over your world in microcosm. Your mental body, your emotional body, and your physical body. Now, because all of those are linked to mechanical nature, and we have agents of mechanical nature, active agents that work for mechanical nature, that operate within those bodies, including the mind, the heart, the motor instinctive sexual center. At times, you may feel that you're decidedly out of control. And yet, much of the time, not all of the time, but much of the time, you may observe that some of these mechanical agents, be it fear or lust or pride or shame or gluttony or laziness, as these agents attempt to take control of your mechanical apparatus and your physical vessel, you may observe that you have this willpower, that you can resist the automatic, deterministic way in which these agents function within your kingdom, which you lord over. And we say that specifically you, the you that you identify as, the you that your family sees is real, the you that's referenced on your government identification. And let's not get into all the straw man arguments about false identities and all this kind of conspiracy stuff. Let's focus on the you that was born into this world, the mortal vessel, the mortal you, the mechanical apparatus and physical vessel. And that represents one of the pillars behind us here. The other pillar is represented by manas, divine mind. Hume, earth. Manas, divine mind. Hume, manas. Hume, manas. Human. What is that manas, really? And how do we work with it? How do we get this one pillar to reach across and create that arch across the top and connect the two? And what came to us was a very beautiful and simple analogy, a very beautiful and simple allegory, which we illustrated in this meme. Oh, we can make it even a little bit bigger, right? And we ask the question, what good is a source of fresh, crystal clear water flowing deep in the earth? What good is it to anyone if it remains deep underground, undiscovered, and more importantly, untapped? And how do we tap it? Even if you dig a well, and we chose this particular image for a reason, this image of a well, looking down into the source of water down below, right? But also in this photo, we see that there is an apparatus. Although it's not the best depiction of that, you get the idea. But let's talk through it instead. Let's not become distracted with any image. Use your own power of visualization and your own experiential knowledge to say, first and foremost, that eternal flow is there. The first thing that we need is a bucket. There needs to be a vessel that is designed specifically to go down into the well and fetch water from that eternal flow deep down in the earth. So we lower that bucket down into the well. And that bucket, that vessel, becomes filled with that pure, clean, life-giving, refreshing draft from that eternal flow. But the weightiness of that often requires that we have an apparatus that we can use to draw that bucket back up to the surface. And very often, that apparatus has to include some kind of a rope or a chain. In other words, a tether that connects us to that vessel, that bucket, that has the ability and the capacity to bring forth, to draw water from the depths of that well. And because of the size and the weight and the depth, very often that rope requires some assistance. And so we will have some kind of a pulley system and a crank and a handle. And we will turn that apparatus and wind that rope or that chain. We will wind it back up. And as we wind that rope around the apparatus, the pulley, the axle of that apparatus, we draw that vessel full of water back up to the surface. Now keep in mind that that apparatus is wholly mechanical. That pulley, that handle, that crank, and that tether, that rope. And when we finally get that bucket of water to the surface, then what? The well is very often not exactly where we need the water. No matter where you drill a well, even if you drill that well in the heart of town, still you require that water in this location or that location or another location. So what do? You fill an earthen vessel. You take water from the bucket and you pour the water into a vessel that is not tethered to the well, that is not part of the well. The bucket stays in the well. At the very least, it stays with the well. And the apparatus that is there to lower it into the flow and bring it back up, all of that stays with the well. And then the earthen vessel takes the water and distributes it where it is needed. And it pours forth that water into the empty cups of those who thirst for the waters of life. And this is very practical. This is very self-evident. In order for that source of eternal, flowing, life-giving, life-affirming water, in order for it, deep within the earth, in order for it to accomplish what it needs to do, what it longs to do, which is to give life. It requires the well, it requires the vessel that belongs in the well, the bucket. It requires the tether. It requires the mechanical apparatus. And it requires a physical vessel. And what's more, it requires someone to oversee this entire process and participate in this process, to apply their time, their strength, their energy, their attention to this process of lowering the bucket so that it may draw from that eternal source, that eternal wellspring, and pull it back up via a mechanical apparatus, and then deliver that life-giving water drawn from the eternal source, to share it with others, to fill the empty cups and to satisfy the thirst of the village and the villagers' animals and the villagers' plants, the villagers' crops, all of creation that thirsts for those life-giving waters. This is simply a self-evident, objective, practical reality. In this analogy, the bucket is the monad, the divine vessel that stays in the well, with the well, that has the ability to lower down and receive the water directly from the eternal flow, the eternal source of life itself. And what tethers that bucket, that being, that vessel, the monad, what tethers that bucket to the surface is a rope that connects it to the mechanical apparatus. It is that rope, it is that link that we call consciousness. It is our conscious connection to the vessel that has direct access to the infinite source of water. Without that rope or that chain, the links, the ties that bind us together, that bind us together as one, that's what a rope is. It can connect two phenomena. And it is that rope that gives us the ability, the capacity to have a connection to that vessel, which can go deep, deep, deep down into the earth. And yet, on the surface, that tether, that line, that chain connects to a mechanical apparatus. Well, what is that mechanical apparatus? That is our mind. That is our heart, our mental and emotional centers, but particularly the mind, the rational mind. We need that mechanical apparatus. We must have a way to be able to take the water from deep within the earth and draw it up in that vessel to the surface. But thinking about things isn't enough. It's not enough to have an empty mind and an apparatus that's completely focused on drawing water to the surface of the well, is it? Because that's all well and good. We can draw water from the depths of our earth using our mind. We can receive that water using the conscious connection to our higher self. We can remain connected and receive the information, the knowledge, the life-giving waters from the depths of ourselves. But what good is it to anyone? And what good is it to us if we have to remain next to the well all the time, where the water is not necessarily needed? For instance, in meditation. It's all well and good to meditate and be in meditation and achieve insights in meditation. But then where does that leave the teachings of Buddha, who said, you must test my words. You must apply them. You must take them out into the world and use them, make use of them, make them manifest in your actions, in your interactions with others. If you have drawn this life-giving water from your well, are you just going to hoard it for yourself? No, you're going to fill your vessel and take it with you and pour it into the empty cups of those who thirst. And so how we express what we receive, we can express it visually, we can express it through dance, through art, through words, through images, and through song, of course, through music, and through all the other physical activities that we perform with our physical vessel. But a physical vessel that's filled to the brim with those life-giving waters that we were only able to draw and bring up to the surface with our mechanical apparatus of our mind. In other words, a mind in service to those life-giving waters. And our physical vessel then takes what the divine vessel, the monad, the bucket, which can lower down into the depths of the earth and bring to the surface, our physical vessel takes over that task. And there is a transfer of activity. And we call this, for lack of a better word, mediation. Because all expressions in form, in some form, as that life-giving water fills our physical vessel, and then we pour it forth this way and that way into other vessels, into other cups, into other glasses, and so on, the water takes the shape of whatever vessel we pour it into. Is it not so? So if our life's purpose is to have a tea house like one finds in Japan, many tea houses, and very often you will have tea ceremony performed at shrines and temples in relation to the Torii Gate behind us here. And tea ceremony is a sacred ceremony. It is a spiritual rite in Japan. It is treated with great reverence. If your purpose in life is to serve tea and to show reverence to your higher self and all of divinity and the divinity of nature, and you do that in the perfect execution of this tea ceremony where the physical elements of nature combine and transmute to produce this sacred substance, but also the experience around that transmutation. Well, then, the waters that you have drawn forth from your well take on the shape of the teapot, and take on the shape of the teacups, and take on the color of the tea leaves. In other words, that pure crystal water that you drew from the source takes on the characteristics of the vessels and the other forms that it interacts with and combines with to create this experience that we call tea ceremony. It takes on the form and shapes of the other vessels involved and the other substances involved. This is the relationship between that which is eternal and ultimately formless, but has this inherent life-giving, life-affirming longing to give and to express and to be. But in order for it to achieve that, to accomplish that, it requires the physical apparatus, the mechanical apparatus and the physical vessel to cooperate, to participate. So practically speaking then, when we look at a human being, manas, and being, we mentioned how the attentiveness required through all of these activities, there is a beingness that is present. From the digging of the well, to the lowering of the bucket, to the turning of the crank and the raising of the water, to the pouring it into the physical vessel, to the taking that physical vessel back to the village or the tea house or wherever, to fill the empty cups and relieve the thirst of those who are thirsting for it. There is a presence of will in each and every action and activity along these chain of events. And it is that attentiveness, the observation, the paying attention, what many refer to as mindfulness around all these activities, that is always there and always present. In other words, there is a beingness to everything. Manas, and being. To be a true human being is to be one who functions and operates each and every day in this manner as described by this analogy, by this allegory. And it is the presence of consciousness, of beingness, and the ability to receive that water and then give it forth and allow it to express in whatever form speaks to us, whatever form that our lives have led us to, whatever forms represent our bliss. In all of that, that presence of being, the experience of what we are describing here, is that vision. The reconciliation, the bringing together of that which is deep within the earth, that is eternally flowing, but unexpressed and unexpressible while it is deep down in the earth. It must be drawn to the surface where it can take form. And for that, it requires a presence of being to serve that purpose. And it requires the mechanical apparatus and the physical vessel with which to literally serve that water to others. In the form of tea, for instance. And that is how this eternal formless source comes to be here in this world of form. And all of this analogy, this allegory, we must meditate on and internalize and comprehend that we are that earth in microcosm. That the bucket is inside of us, our monad, our higher self. And that the eternal wellspring, the eternal flow is deep, deep, deep within ourselves. And our mechanical apparatus, this rational mind, is required, must serve in bringing that bucket which is full of these life-giving waters, bringing it to the surface, and then our physical vessel puts that water into form. For our part, here and now, we require this physical mortal vessel to enunciate these words for you. These words that are being formed in a mechanical apparatus of this mortal vessel's rational mind. But the essence, the flow, the life-giving, life-affirming foundation that was drawn from that flow deep, deep, deep down, that gives life to these words, that gives life to this mortal vessel, that moves this mortal servant such that the voluptuousness, the fullness of that which we are pouring forth for you, we have to use our hands to deliver it. Our whole being, our whole body is involved. Our whole physical vessel is a part of this exercise. As we pour forth from our heart, from our mind, and from all of our centers, including our creative center, to create for you this experience that we hope is being received by an empty cup. We all have had moments like this. We all have little elements of our life, aspects of who we are, in which we feel this, what we are describing. And we don't just mean when we're put on our favorite music and we're dancing and nobody's watching and we're just grooving in our own little world and doing intentional dance or any number of things, because that can all be important for us. But where the rubber truly meets the road for a true human being is when we serve. It is when we fill this vessel and we step away from the well. Now, of course, the well is always with us, so it's not a perfect analogy, but you know what we are getting at. It is the earthen vessel that pours forth the draft that was drawn from the spring. It is the earthen vessel that fills the empty cup. It's not the bucket at the well that pours into the glasses at the table. It is not that. The bucket stays with the well. The bucket is the monad. The bucket is the divine vessel that has the ability to connect directly via the tether of consciousness and be filled from the eternal spring. The earthen vessel, we say earthen like earthenware, the ceramic, the pottery, the vase, the jug. That is what we fill, and that is what we take into our homes. That is what we take to the table. That is what we pour into the kettle. When it's ever finer, more refined ceramics and earthenware and pottery. And then perhaps we take that water and again, we make tea with it and we draw the essence out of those tea leaves. And we give new life to those dried tea leaves and they come alive for us. And now there's this beautiful tea ceremony, or just having tea with your grandma or your mother or your daughter or your friend or your whomever. Or maybe it's coffee beans, ground coffee beans. And you're in a coffee house with a friend that you haven't seen in years. And now this ritual of this water come alive. In this blog that we mentioned, we expand upon this allegory, this metaphor. Imagine a world where the villagers are only aware of the surface level water. And sure, here and there, occasionally, some spring might pop up and fill some surface level reservoir, or the rains come from above and create surface level water. But the villagers use their mechanical apparatus to create fences and to create walls and to create reservoirs. And they use their physical vessels to hoard and hide away and protect their surface level water. And villages here and there, whenever they fall into a shortage, they covet that water. They know how precious and valuable water is. So they go to war with one another over water. And they use the rope and the wood and the metal and the stone not to build mechanical apparatuses for wells, but they see this surface level water and say, let's go after that. So they make catapults and walls and crossbows and all sorts of apparatus of defense and offense, machines of war, machines that offensively assert their right to this surface level water and their right to define what it is and where it flows and how it flows and to whom it flows to, or to create reservoirs to hoard it and walls and bastions and fences to keep others away, to keep others out. And who knows, maybe even instead of making tea and beautiful tea ceremonies, they secretly and in clandestine ways, they go and they poison the water supply of their enemies. We don't have to imagine a world like that because we live in it. And occasionally someone will come along with this earthen vessel filled to the brim with water. And they freely and unconditionally give it to the village, wherever village they are. Maybe they go from village to village to village, and everywhere they go, they have this earthen vessel that no matter how much water they pour forth, they always seem to have a way to refill it. And it's the purest, clearest water. But the water barons can't have this because their power, their authority is based on their ability to control the water supply. And they cannot have a competing source of water, especially not one which is so crystal clear and pure, as opposed to their water, which has been fought over and recycled and reused and retreated over and over and over and over again. And let's face it, the law of entropy on the surface rules, and it doesn't matter how many times you recirculate and recycle and reuse and retreat the same water, it's never going to be the same as when it was first drawn from the spring. So those who are in charge of the water for the villages, they arrange to have this stranger with the infinite water supply shunned, exiled, or worse, killed. And the people never learn of the source of the well. They never learn the location of the well that the stranger had. And they do not care to learn the truth, that all they need to do is dig down deep into the earth beneath their feet and use all the stones and the wood and the rope and the metal, not for making machines of war, for shoring up their defenses and their offenses, but to stone the walls of that well and to build the apparatus and the pulley and use the rope to connect to the bucket that can lower down into the depths. They never learn to do that. So they fight over the surface level water that becomes ever more tainted, ever more putrefied because of the law of entropy, because it keeps getting reused and fought over and so on and so forth. And again, we don't have to imagine this. We live it. And all of those messengers who dug deep into the depths of their own hume, of their own earth, to connect to that eternal flow of manas within themselves, divine mind, and lowered the bucket of their being and their presence of awareness through the tether of consciousness to their higher self, and then applied their rational minds and all of their mechanical faculties, and then use their physical vessel to put that water into form, into some usable form. Once that water reached the surface, the villagers and the water barons, those who saw the value of water and the value to control it and hoard it and defend it or steal it from others, to appropriate it, and all the other things that have happened to various different traditions, spiritual traditions specifically, over the years, and villages who ended up fighting over a common reservoir, and they had to split it down the middle because they had these schisms. More division, more division, more division, always division, division, division. But all of that surface level division, all that surface level conflict is all a echo of the real division that separates the surface dwellers from the eternal source that can satisfy all thirst. And that is the practical, real, meaningful division that exists. That is the separation. That is what must be reconciled. To cease being a surface dweller, obsessed with the surface of things, with the literal interpretation of things, and the superficial, mechanical, physical level of reality, obsessed only with the physical vessels that we have and how much water is in our hoard of physical vessels compared to others. And then an entire cottage industry appears over how beautiful a vessel that they can create, and who has the most beautiful vessels, and who can glorify and make the most aesthetically appealing vessels of water. And people become obsessed over who has the nicest, the finest vessel, who has the strongest vessel, or the biggest vessel, or the most number of vessels, who has the finest earthenware, the finest ceramics, the most beautifully painted earthenware, or whose earthenware depicts this or that or the other theory about where the source of water actually is and where it comes from. All of that is exoteric. All of that is on the surface. All of that is mechanical. All of that is physical. That's all just one pillar. That's why in that one video we made about the bicycle, the triune human being, and how Hume and Manas and being are like the front wheel and the rear wheel of a bicycle, and the rider in the middle. And in that video series, we describe explicitly how this humanity is unicycling on one pillar, on the pillar of Hume, on the pillar of earth, the pillar of physicality alone, of mechanicity alone. And they're desperately trying to juggle all the concerns of their life atop this one wheel, on this one seat post of the unicycle. And they're desperately trying to maintain balance in all of this. It's like all those villagers fighting over the surface level water, and they're all dying of thirst. Except for the water barons and the uber wealthy ones and the hoarders, who they have enough water, but for everybody else, they're dying of thirst. They're kept waterless, or their water is rationed. They're kept more or less in the dark. And if only they were to apply their mechanical and physical faculties to the act of digging wells and stoning the walls and building the pulleys and lowering the bucket with consciousness, they could eliminate thirst and famine and war and all the other problems. In other words, if only they would realize that they are in Hume, as the physical vessel, they are where the rubber meets the road on that bicycle. In the world of traction, it is the rear wheel of the bicycle that gives the whole apparatus, the whole exercise motion in the real world where the rubber meets the road. But the power, the motivation for that rear wheel comes via the chain, the link to the pedals, to the crank. That chain, that connecting link, just like the rope, the tether that connects the apparatus to the bucket that can lower into the well, in the same way, it is the chain that connects the rear wheel to the will of the rider, the will of the being who turns that pedal, that willpower that motivates that rear wheel. That rear wheel that must be in alignment with the rest of the bicycle, and specifically the front wheel. It is the front wheel which sets the direction that the rear wheel must travel. That is how a bicycle works. Those two wheels have to be in alignment. And that front wheel is Manas, the divine mind of being. And who steers that front wheel? Well, the rider, the being, the true self. This is the connection between these two allegories. but they're functionally the same. In order to ride a bicycle, to steer, to set the direction, and to have his willpower, his energy, his motivation reach the world of action, the world of traction, where the rubber meets the road, Hume and Manas require the manas of being requires the Hume, requires that rear wheel. And it requires that rear wheel be connected to the rest of the bicycle through that chain. Because we've all ridden a bicycle, we all know what happens when that chain falls off. You can pedal as hard as you want, you're going to fall over if you lose your connection to the rear wheel. And that connection, that link, is consciousness, is that conscious link, that conscious connection. That's that rope that connects the apparatus to the bucket. If that rope breaks, then you get nothing. You can get nothing from the well if that rope is severed. Just as the bicycle can't go anywhere if the chain falls off the link. The water deep in the well can no longer rise to the surface if that rope is cut. And the water remains useless down there in the well. And the rider can't go anywhere. The being can't accomplish anything. If the chain falls off the chain ring, he can pedal all he wants, but that rear wheel is going to stay motionless. So in both these analogies, there's one critical piece then. That's that link, that connection, that tether between the mechanical apparatus and the bucket. That link, that connection between the rear wheel and the rest of the bicycle. And that connection, that link, that is consciousness. Our ability to consciously pay attention. And that's why it is emphasized so much in Buddhism and in just about any other and all other genuine spiritual traditions. To be present, to be awake, to be aware, to be paying attention, and to remember. To remember that your consciousness connects your mechanical apparatus and physical vessel to the source of all that you need to fulfill your destiny and to give life and to fill the cups of those who thirst for what only you can deliver to them. So in that sense, in the Torii Gate behind us, what connects those two pillars is the arch, the arc, the tether, the rope, the chain, the links, the ties that bind. That's that crossbar across the top of the Torii Gate. Because it is that crossbar between the uprights that creates the gate, that creates the portal, that completes the well, that allows that which is on one side, to cross over into the other and back again. It is that gate, it is that portal, just like that well. It is the rope that allows the bucket to go down into the depths and come back to the surface. It is that crossbar connecting the two pillars that allows us to step from the exoteric into the esoteric and back again, and return back to the surface and bring forth and deliver that which we acquired on the other side, beyond the veil. In other words, reveal what we have seen. Give forth, pour forth our vision. As an aside, or perhaps a little punctuation point, the Hungarian word for water is víz. V-I-Z. V-I-Z, víz, is not a stretch. The relationship between víz and vision. You might call that coincidence, but we call that providence. That here and now in this moment, the vision that we seek to reverse the division is all about digging a well. And going down beyond the surface, down into the depths of our earth, to draw forth that water, that víz, from the eternal flow, from the eternal source within, and bring that víz, that vision, to the surface. And then use our physical vessel to share that víz, that water, that vision with the world. Not only is this not an accident, not only is this not coincidence, but here we confess to you, here and now, this relationship between vision and water only was revealed to us right now in this moment. This had not been revealed to us until right now in this moment. It's never crossed our mind. It just, boom, there it was. So how's that for a punctuation point? We have a couple comments. Let's get to them now. Benjamin Raphael says, earlier, you mentioned that the word division means not being able to see through the veil. The word itself acts as a mnemonic for me, reminding me of when the veil in the temple was split in half, when Christ died on the cross. This reminds me that in order for the ego to die, we must be passionate and love unconditionally in order to see God. So we see absolutely where you're coming from here, Benjamin. And the veil in the temple being split in half is let's see if we can look at this using our conscious imagination. If there is a veil dividing us from the truth, if there is a veil between the extrinsic and the intrinsic, between the exoteric and the esoteric, that which is hidden behind the veil, when you divide the veil, you create clear vision. In other words, if you divide that which is dividing, to divide that which divides is to negate the original division. You're splitting that which was splitting. And if you split that which is splitting, right? So if you think of a wall and you split that wall, for example, into two pillars, now you've divided that which is dividing, but a veil is always connected across the top. So you've now created a gate, you've created a portal. And this happened when Jesus was on the cross. If you divide a division, it's an act of, it's like dividing two, how does it mathematically? Dividing two negatives, you get a positive. Or something like that. As it were, we're rusty on our math. But the point is that you're dividing a division and then you're actually negating the first division. And that by doing that, you are creating a cross. Because if you look at it from that perspective, you have a whole that's divided in two by this wall, but then to split that wall, you draw another line that has to be perpendicular to the wall. So you get a cross. And that cross, whether it's additive or multiplicative, it doesn't matter. You're dividing what was dividing. And that happened with Jesus on the cross, because it is a cross which accomplishes this. The dividing line was the horizontal, the negative, that which defines what is exoteric versus what is esoteric, the surface level, and then the horizontal, which splits that. Benjamin also follows up and he says, J. Krishnamurti also mentioned the same when he said that division arises when there is an observer and the observed, which is a result of thought. We're not sure if that's an exact quote or what, that's just a paraphrase, but that's incorrect. No, the division doesn't arise when there is an observer and an observed. We don't know exactly in what context he said that. But the way that's written there, that's incorrect. Because you are the observed when you observe yourself. And who is doing the observing? To whom does the consciousness belong? Your being, yourself, the observer. That's not division. That's reconciliation. That's recognizing the mechanical apparatus and mortal vessel from the point of view of the rope and the bucket. This is not division. This is precisely reconciliation. It is when one cannot distinguish between observer and observed. It is when one is wholly identified with the mechanical and the physical vessel. There is no observer. There's only the eye of the mind. There's only eye of the rational mind of the mechanical vessel and the physical vessel. I am this body. I am this mind. I am these emotions. I. This is thought. This is the mechanical apparatus of the rational mind. There is division because the observer, the consciousness, and what is on the other end of that tether, manas, divine mind, is completely ignored. But there's no awareness of self, of the true self. There's only awareness of the false self. There's only one of these two pillars. There's the real division. That's the genuine division. And Benjamin says, yes, okay, we were right about the negative number divided by a negative number will result in a positive number. So, and yes, he says the observer and the observed are one and the same. Yes and no. So this is what we're pointing out. Is that this is why it's important to comprehend what is behind us, right? Is an arch. It's a gate. It has two pillars that are connected, that are unified, that are all working together to create this portal in order for what's on one side of the gate to pass through to the other and back again. Remember, this is the well. Okay? It's not enough to say the observer and the observed are one and the same, because that just makes a T. There's no portal there anymore. And why it's so important, this is why we use the well analogy. It's not enough to have dig into the earth and lower a bucket into the well and bring the water up in the well and say, look, it's all one thing. It's all the same thing. It's all the well. It's all just the well. The water deep in the bottom of the well, the bucket, the apparatus, the rope, it's all one thing. Great. How do you get the water to the village? How do you get the water to the village? You can't avoid this. You can't escape this. And why people want to deny this is because the rational mind can't grasp this. But the experience can. Your imagination can. Visualize yourself taking water from a well to the village. How do you do that? There is only one way to do that. And even if you say to me that you connect a rubber hose to the well and you run piping or an aqueduct from the source of the water to where the water is being used, you cannot escape the fact that there is a vessel, there is a vehicle, a mechanism that is separate from the source of the water that you are using to draw the water up out of the well. So for example, in more modern times, we had that pump, that cranking pump that used water pressure and suction to draw water up from a deep well. But again, that you would pump that and the water would just flow out, right? So you needed to put the water into something. That something has a form. That something is a vessel, a physical earthen vessel. And when you pour water into a vessel, the water takes on the form of that vessel. And it is in these forms that that water finds its way out into the world. Because when you drink water from a bottle or from a glass or from a teapot or from a coffee pot, that water has taken on a different form, hot or cold, tea or coffee, bottled water. Maybe it's a carbonated soda pop out of an aluminum can. It doesn't matter. The water has assumed a different form because you cannot drink well water while it is down inside the earth. You can't do it because your physical self, unless you're in the business of spelunking, and every time you're thirsty and want to drink, you lower yourself into the bottom of the well and then drink directly from the water without any vessel of any kind. We're guessing you don't do that. We're guessing no one does that because of how impractical it is. And from a metaphysical point of view, how impossible it is for the average person, how difficult it is for most people. And even then, it is impossible. You cannot take the mind into the internal worlds. It has to receive and it has to translate into form, into the world of form. That which it receives from the world of Absolute, from the unformed essence of form. There's a transfer that takes place. There is a mediation. There is a translation. But really what it is there is an information as that which is ineffable and subtle and essential. The unformed essences of form cross under through the relationship that we discussed. The relationship of this gate. On one side of the gate is the unformed essences of form. And on this side of the Torii gate is the world of form. And just look around you. Go into nature. We can go into nature and realize that everything in nature, we find these patterns in nature, the Alm of Life, the Fibonacci sequence, and we find all of this sacred geometry and all of this truth and beauty expressed all around us in the world of form. But these are formations. These are the essence of beauty and truth and life in formation, in the world of formation, in the exoteric. It is that source, that God force, that love, that light expressing itself in the world of form. So in order for it to do that in a meaningful, constructive way, it requires us. It requires mortal vessels to take that from the unformed essence, the eternal flow of pure water, of unshaped, unformed water, and draw it up to the surface and put it into a vessel and put it into the world of form. Pour it into vessels, pour it into glasses, pour it into cups, where it can, make tea out of it, make coffee out of it, where it can be drank by others and fulfill its destiny of quenching that thirst for the truth, for the light. So no, observer and observer are not the same. They're not. So Benjamin says, thank you so much for providing further insight into the topic. I struggle with articulating ideas, but your explanation has helped me gain a clearer understanding. Now, just before we leave this, not to, belabor the point, but this is very important, which also showed up this week as we were listening to Jonathan Pajot talk to someone about the Pentecostal fire. Now, the Pentecostal fire is all about the Holy Spirit. And you know that in Christianity, and not just in Christianity, but in all great religions, there's a trinity, there's a tri-unity. Now, this is important because behind me in this gate, there is a tri-unity. There are 2 upright pillars and a crossbar. Those are three lines that create this portal. And in a well, there is a trinity, there is a tri-unity in that well. And if we can just put it back on screen for a moment, right? There's a tri-unity. There's the infinite source of the waters. There's the bucket, the being, the vehicle that can go down and access those infinite source of waters and bring it up to the surface. And then there's the physical vessel that then carries that water to the village. There's the infinite source, God. There's the individuated vessel capable of containing that source, of being a vessel for that source. That's our individuated, intimate Christ, the Son. And then there's the physical vessel, the earthen vessel that can carry the water to the village, which is the Holy Spirit, that the essence of that water that takes all kinds of form and can express itself in infinite numbers of form in that earthen vessel. And that earthen vessel is the Divine Mother. The body of the Divine Mother is the earth. And she has the ability to embody the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit and the Divine Mother are one. They're just the masculine and feminine aspects. So in other words, we are in microcosm. We are in microcosm in the image and likeness of God. We are made in the image and likeness of God. That's what the Bible says. But what does that really mean? That God looks like us? No. No. You know that. What it means is that we are a tri-unity. To be a triune human of Hume, Manas, and being. Our being is at the pinnacle. And then there's the divine mind of being, the Holy Spirit. Or sorry, the divine mind of being. In other words, it is the love and the light and the truth of that the being knows, that the being sets the direction and puts into activity and sets the direction, is the Manas, the divine mind, the second logos, the Christ, the active force, the lightning bolt, the He Zeus, right? The lightning bolts that Zeus sends down from Mount Olympus. It is that lightning, it's that God come down, but that lightning bolt is just pure fire, the fire of fire and the light of lights. It's pure energy. It's the Christic force. It's the Christ. And we have shared with you in the past our experience of the Christ, the intensity of the Christ. It's the solar logos. It's the force. It is all those rays emanating from the sun, which is the Son of God. So that has to be come into the world of form. God made flesh. And it is the relationship between the Holy Spirit, the masculine aspect, and the earth, the Divine Mother, the feminine aspect, the expression of the Divine Mother in all of creation, the feminine aspect, Mother Nature. It's Mother Nature and it's Holy Spirit and Mother Nature combined. That's Shiva Shakti. So you have Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, but Shiva exists in the body of Shakti. This is the embodiment of the Lord. This is how God becomes flesh. As Father, Son, Holy Spirit above, so too our innermost being, our manas and Hume. But we can also look at it from the monad's perspective of the being, the consciousness, and the human soul, which is the middle trinity. And then we have the lower trinity. We are made in the image and likeness of God. And it is the way in which the ineffable, the absolute unfolds and brings itself down through all the different levels of nature in order to manifest in the world of form. It is the unfoldment of three. Three times. That's 9. 3 plus 3 plus 3, or 3 times 3 is 9. That's Yesod on the tree of life. That's the foundation, the 9th Sephirah on the tree of life. And that is that 3 behind us that creates the portal from the esoteric to the exoteric, from the world, the unformed essences of form, through to the world of form. And sure, on some level, we can look at all of this and say it's all God, it's all one. But that's a sort of spiritual nihilistic cop-out. And recognizing that we have to get there. That in our present form, at our present level, we are on this journey of development. A seed becoming a sapling, becoming a tree, becoming a full-fledged member of the great brotherhood of trees. Sure, technically, the seed is a part of the forest, but it's just there on the forest floor. If it doesn't die, if it doesn't crack open its shell and move beyond its dormant physical state of a seed, closed in and trapped within its own little world of physicality, if it doesn't break out of that, if the veil is not split by the cross of supersexuality, And it does not grow roots into hell so that its branches may grow into heaven, like Carl Jung said. By digging those roots deep down into its well, into the earth, to draw forth the knowledge, the experiential knowledge that we gain by descending into hell on the hero's journey, on the Alm of Life, that we talked about so many weeks ago now. We are all coming full circle to today's discussion of regaining that vision, to reconciling that which has been divided. And reconciliation is more than just what the Catholics believe. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sure. Okay, you can be sorry. That's good. That's good that you're sorry. But how about working on making amends? Making amends. If you look at that phrase, what do you mend? You mend that which is severed. You mend that which is torn, that which is in despair. Or another word, that which is in disrepair. To make amends is to repair. The language here is not coincidental. This is not by accident. That to fix something, to mend it, is to repair. What do you repair? That which is in disrepair. And that which is in disrepair suffers despair. It's in pain. It's torn in two. And that reconciliation is, again, that repair, making amends, is returning to a state of union, of reconnecting, of reestablishing our bonds of intimate connection with one another, our intimate knowledge of one another at the exclusion of others, meaning the exclusion of all those psychological aggregates, all those egos, all those mechanical agents that are trying to pull our attention, our consciousness, into identification only with one aspect of ourselves, with one half of ourselves. Which is really, when you understand this Trinity, it's not even one half of ourselves, it's 1/3 of ourselves. But unfortunately, because it is our consciousness that gets bottled up in that third, then it is in fact 2/3 of ourself. This is a difficult thing to grasp. But remember, in our analogy of the surface level water, there's water there. And there's rope there. And the rope is being used to tie each other up and to make catapults and to make weapons and to make all kinds of apparatus to hoard and protect and to steal that surface level water. You see, that consciousness is being used just on the surface. And it's being used by the mechanical apparatus, and it's being used for the sake of protecting and hoarding the physical vessels full of what water they have. All they're really forgetting is the infinite source of water beneath their feet, the well. What's 2/3 of 9, if not 6? So as a triunity, as a trinity, as above, so below, if we become disconnected from our being, disconnected from our higher self, but our consciousness is hypnotized, is possessed, is trapped in the mechanical mind, in the apparatus of offensive defense and defense, in the apparatus of I want this, I don't want that. I want more of my water. I don't want their water over there. Their water is tainted and putrefied. This is the duality of belief. I believe what I believe. I don't believe what they believe over there. And all of this dividing and conquering that takes place in the world because everybody's a 6. Like 6, 6, 6. There are 6 in their mind, there are 6 in their heart, and there are 6 in their body. In all of the 3 brains, there is 6. Because they are not using their apparatus and their physical vessel to make the connection with the bucket that can go down into the infinite depths, to the infinite source and flow of the divine eternal waters. They don't use their mechanical apparatus and physical vessel to serve that final third aspect of themselves, to become a triune human being, to become a true human being, made in the image of and likeness of God, a triunity, a trinity. And that's why self-observation is connected so strongly with self-remembering, remembering our being, remembering our Divine Mother. Because you can practice all the mindfulness you want in the world, but if all that mindfulness still has you identified with the Hume, with your mechanical thoughts and mechanical emotions and your physical vessel, and you forget your true self, then all the mindfulness in the world is not going to turn you from a 6 into a 9. It's not going to turn 666 into 999. So consciousness, the connection to our divine vessel, our monad, our innermost intimate Christ, cultivating that connection, remembering that connection, and serving the will of that vessel for the infinite source. This is what the mechanical apparatus and the physical vessel is designed for. To bring the water from the depths of the earth to the surface and to share it with the world. We all have within us a well. And the waters in that well that long to come up to the surface are unique in some way to us. And how they are delivered, what form they take, is likewise unique to the particular idiosyncrasies that relate to ourselves as a mortal vessel. But one thing is for sure, that our bliss will relate in some way to bringing forth this and sharing it in some way, shape, or form with others and giving of ourselves to others, somehow making this our goal and purpose in life of service, maybe even sacrifice for others. But this is why in the Gospel of Thomas it says, if you bring forth that which is within you, that which is within you will save you. But if you do not bring forth that which is within you, that which is within you will destroy you. And over the past weeks and months now, we have been sharing with you and unfolding with you step by step by step by step by step the practical methodology and the practical techniques that are required in order to rig up this apparatus and craft a physical vessel and dig deep into the earth in meditation. We have been sharing all of this with you. And if you think about what digging deep into yourself is like and how long it takes to dig a well of great depth, you know that you return to that task time and time again. You dig some, then you go away and you come back, you dig some more. You go away and you, like, just practically speaking now, in the alm of life, to dig a well, you have to dig down, but what do you find there? A lot of dirt, a lot of rocks, a lot of obstructions, and a lot of things that you got to empty out. So you go down into the well, you dig, and what do? You fill up a bucket of everything that you dug up, all the dirt and the stones and everything else. And what do? You got to bring that bucket to the surface. You got to empty it out. And you go back in and you go back down into the bottom of the well. This analogy is proving more fruitful than even we could have imagined. Because now we can go all the way back talking about the alm of life and the spiral nature of that, and going down into your subconscious mind and dealing with the dirt that you find down there. And you got to clear that out. You got to dig a well. And it's like Jung said, it's like the knowledge we need is in the shadow. It's in the underworld. The digging of the well, what we're really looking for, that eternal flow of truth and knowledge becomes available to us only when we've dug through layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of dirt. And we've dug through, layers deeper and deeper and deeper into hell. Layers of sediment. And each time you dig down another level and you come back up. And you go back down and you dig down some more and you come back up and you dig down some more and come back up. This is the alm of life. This is looking at your shadow. And the integration of the shadow is, like we've said many times, it's that the shadow is that mountain that is trying to cause you to fall. With every handhold and every foothold, the mountain is trying to kill you, is trying to get you to fall. To stumble, at the very least, make you stumble and fall back down, and lose some progress. But at the same time, that mountain is the only vehicle, it's the only way that you can become a master mountaineer. Same thing that is trying to cause your fall has in its very nature what is required in order for you to conquer it, to master it, to overcome it. And this is how a mountaineer integrates the mountain, by conquering it. You cannot become a master mountaineer without conquering your mountain. In the same way, you cannot integrate the shadow without ultimately eliminating it and learning everything you needed to learn from it so that you don't need it anymore. Why would you need that which has already given you all that it could and all that you needed from it? This is why the digging of the well is, you have to dig a well, means you have to dig into the earth. Fine. This is just the nature of a well. You have to dig into the earth, which means you have to dig up earth. You have to remove that which divides that eternal wellspring of life-giving water from the surface. You got to get to it, and you got to get to all these layers of your subconscious mind, all these layers of the filth, of the dirt, of the grime, the mechanicity, the physicality that is preventing you, that is separating you. So we use meditation to do this. We use self-observation and all of the arduous turmoils of life, the struggles, the tests, the trials, the ordeals, the obstacles, the suffering, in other words. But now, when we said 2 weeks ago that suffering can inspire and unite, to be in spirit, to be down in that hole, in that well, digging in the dirt with your focused attention, all of your consciousness, all of your tools, down there with a rope and a bucket. And that bucket, that consciousness, is hauling up dirt. You see? And the apparatus at the top, you can build that while you're digging your well, and you're using the apparatus to haul up the dirt. Your rational mind can serve. You can comprehend that which is separating you. You can be inspired and focused and united, all of your faculties on this activity of digging this well. And what is a well? Do you know what a spire is? The spire of a church or of a castle, those towers are spires. A well is nothing but a spire in the earth. You're digging a tower down into the earth, into the very depths of yourself, of your being. To be inspired, to be in it. Seeking that breakthrough, seeking that flow that you know is in there. Like we knew when we were 5 years old, when we closed our eyes. And we knew that there was something in there. We were inspired to dig deep and go deeper and deeper and deeper. And that was our mantra. That was our chant to ourselves as a 5-year-old. And all of this, right? Tunneling through, creating that spire. And by the way, the spire, to be inspired, why do cathedrals have those tall spires? Why? Because, of course, because they reach up into the heavens. To be inspired, to reach up into the heavens. But we all know that the supernal worlds are inside. They're not outside. They're not up in the sky. They're inside. They're in our earth. So to really be inspired, to really reach the eternal source, the eternal flow of that life-giving, life-affirming waters of life, we go within and we dig deep within ourselves. And when we encounter the dirt, the grime, the obstacles, the rocks, the layers of sediment, and all the obstructions keeping us and our physical vessel from drawing forth the waters from within and sharing them with the rest of the world on the surface in the world of form. Use this, what we have given you today, what we have drawn forth from the well and have poured forth from our physical vessel, hopefully into empty cups. Take this imagery, take this allegory with you into your meditation. Visualize yourself down in the well. See it. Visualize yourself going deeper and deeper and deeper. And when the obstructions come, observe them. Dig into them. Take that shovel of your apparatus that you have available to you, that willpower, that strength of will, and dig into those obstacles. And fill your consciousness, your bucket, with the knowledge, with the experience of those obstacles that are blocking your way. And then, using your strength and your mechanical apparatus, let it go. Visualize yourself hauling that bucket of dirt to the surface and dumping it out. Visualize yourself stoning the walls of your well, fortifying your spire. This in spirit, this spire down into the depths of your earth. Use this visualization. And while you're at it, throw in some prayer. Relax, concentrate, visualize, and pray. Go into meditation and dig a well. And don't stop digging until you start to feel the first bit of moisture bubbling up. It will serve you well. Does anybody have any questions at this time? We're going to take a little bit of a break and see if anyone has some questions or comments to offer. Everybody's asleep. Everybody fell asleep. We bored everybody to tears. Another thing that took place this week, which you may or may not be aware of, is Graham Hancock and an archaeologist named Flint Dibble. They debated on Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan podcast. And here they are. Let's throw this up just for a moment. We wrote a response to their debate. They were debating the lost civilization theory of Graham Hancock and, his Ancient Apocalypse series on Netflix. And it was a 4-hour podcast, more than 4 hours, 4.5 hours, something like that. We admit we couldn't get through it. Somewhere around the 2-hour mark or somewhere around there, we gave up because it was so exhausting. It was so absolutely exhausting. We couldn't continue. Now, why was it exhausting and why did we give up and why couldn't we continue? Because it was completely pointless. It was fruitless. It was pointless. And it was exhausting watching these two individuals going at each other, both of them equally lost in their mechanical apparatus, in their mechanical mind, and trapped in the exoteric mechanical conditioning of their mental apparatus. And we don't want to get into the details of their arguments and what was so maddening listening to them when both of them were suffering from exactly the same syndrome. And this is what we write about in our article on our blog. It's on atlasalux.com. Just click on info and go to blog, and you'll find it there. But we also posted a link on Facebook, and if you guys really want, then I'll share the links here if someone requests it. But the bottom line was this, that even the most powerful of rational minds functions on pattern recognition. And this is not, right, our theory or something. This is not, we're not making this up. The highest order of intelligence, according to the people who define IQ, et cetera, is the ability for the mind to recognize patterns and see patterns that others don't see. The problem is that an apparatus that is in the service of manas, of the divine mind of being, as we've been discussing for the past 2.5 hours, works with archetypes and sees the unformed essences of all form appearing in forms, and also in spatial relationships. For example, like the analogy that we shared with you today. But a rational mind that is only in service of itself can only recognize patterns that it has been conditioned with. What's more, it is that it will preferentially select for those patterns. Now, that's a fancy way of saying we see what we want to see, and we see what we've been conditioned to see. In other words, we see subjectively. Now, if you see subjectively, you are seeing selectively. And if you see selectively, what is this if not a division? Because clear vision, clairvoyance, means seeing clearly, seeing the whole picture, the big picture, if you will, and seeing past the surface, beyond the veil, as we've discussed. But a mind that sees beyond the veil, as again, we've spent 2.5 hours explaining this, is the apparatus that lowers the bucket into the well, yeah, and drags up the water from the well. But a mind that is only conditioned to focus on surface water, and what's more is, and again, the reason why we included this in our allegory, the people who are fighting over surface water, they do what? They hoard and protect their reservoir, and they poo-poo the other's reservoir, and they say, that's poison, tainted water. I don't want any of your water. I want my water. My water is good, and my water is pure, and yours is tainted and dirty and whatever. And again, we're not making this up. You all know this. Everybody knows this. Look at politics. Look at religion. Look at flat earth theorists going tooth and nail, toe to toe, butting heads with scientists desperately trying to explain to them the nature of reality, and then the flat earthers, and they're just at loggerheads, because you got rational minds on one side butting heads with rational minds on the other side, arguing over whose surface water tastes better. And it's a preferential thing. People want the water that they believe. They see what they want to see. It's fascinating listening to flat earthers rationalize what happens when a ship disappears over the horizon. And it's fascinating to listen to them rationalize that no, it's not actually disappearing over the horizon the way that it appears in this video. And they have all these jumping through hoops, these intellectual gymnastics that they perform in order to rationalize for themselves that what they're seeing with their own eyes that's not really what's happening, and something completely different is happening. They're vanishing into the vanishing point or whatever. They have, we don't want to get into the weeds of that. But listening to Graham Hancock and Flint Dibble argue over the lost civilization was a lot like listening to flat earthers argue with physicists or astronomers or whomever, the round earthers, I guess you would call them, for lack of a better expression. And they're all just trying to use empirical evidence. And they're butting heads up against that because they're all trying to use exoteric evidence and exoteric rationalizations and arguments. And you cannot win over a closed mind or a highly conditioned mindset into a certain camp, into a certain set of patterns and pattern recognition. And then you've got a different set of patterns and pattern recognition over here. And then when you are looking at the same thing, it was incredible watching Graham Hancock, and I mean incredible in not in the positive sense of the word. It was excruciating, in fact, to watch Graham Hancock and Flint Dibble look at precisely the same phenomenon, and Graham Hancock saying, how can you describe this as anything other than man-made? And Flint Dibble response was, I don't see anything there that isn't a naturally formed geological occurrence. And they're looking at the same thing, the same photo, the same phenomenon. And this happens all the time. Like in the flat earther example, we looking at the same video, they see what they want to see. They see only what their conditioned mind will let them see. This is division. There's no other way to describe this. They are divisioned. And because No two divisionings are precise, are exactly the same. Graham Hancock's division is different from Flint Dibble's division. And it is on that basis that they are divided between themselves. They have very little shared vision. There is very little common ground. Because one has their reservoir of water over here, surface water, and one has his reservoir of surface water over here, and neither of them are drawing from wells that dig deep down into the universal common source of all water. Because if they did, they would draw up that water, and if they put their mechanical apparatus and their physical vessel in the service of drawing forth the water from deep in the well, from deep in the earth, unconditioned water, pure and clear water, clairvoyance, clear vision. But that clear vision, because, sorry, flat earthers, this, on a round globe, if you dig down into wells, they all go down into the same source. You gotta work with us here metaphorically, right? So even people on opposite ends of the earth, of course, obviously they're not digging down to the same, but work with us here. That's shared vision. That's a shared source. It's a common source. So the water they pull up, it's going to be well water. Is it by accident that we call it well? We call it a well. Well? Why? Why do we call it a well? I don't know. Maybe because crystal clear, pure water that comes from the earth makes you feel well. It's a source of your well-being. It's good. Maybe that's why we call it well. But it's a wellspring. And when you have an epiphany, or when you have a samadhi, or have some kind of insight or imagination in meditation or anywhere, you know how that makes you feel. When you tap into that wellspring of eternal knowledge, of eternal truth and love and light within yourself, and you tap into that, and it comes forth from you like a spring, like you burst a leak, and all of a sudden it's like a geyser of wonderfulness, of resplendence, of love, of light, of joy, of bliss, and it's coming out of you. And all you want to do is like run around and hug everybody and kiss everybody and share this bounty of beauty and joy and wonder and bliss with everybody and everything around you. Well. What else can you call it but a wellspring? And what is spring? It's new life. It's birthing into the world. It's this abundant bursting out of new colors and vibrancy and activity and again, the life-giving waters. That's a wellspring. And if two individuals are both drawing on that wellspring, they cannot come to loggerheads. They cannot. Because immediately the attitude of the interaction will be constructive. It will be dynamic. It will be all around this, the excitement, the exhilaration, the enthusiasm of the compounding union and discovery of shared common truths, of common ground, of shared values. And you've experienced this before. You've had this experience. If you've ever been on a first date with someone whom you either immediately or at some point recognized as your soulmate, or someone who you met who was a kindred spirit, a complete stranger, and within moments, within minutes, you felt like you have known them your entire life and possibly many, many, many lives. And the joy, the enthusiasm, the excitement of having rekindled that bond, rekindled that connection with someone from your soul family, someone who is tapped into and connected to that wellspring of truth and that light and that love within themselves, that to the same degree, to the same level, through the same similar idiosyncratic nature, such that you feel that commonality, you feel that affinity with them through them. We can talk about similar frequencies and vibrating on the same frequencies and all sorts of musical terminology where that individual and yourself share harmonics, or a connection that's harmonious, a harmonious connection with them, with one another. And what is that? Right? When you see that, when you experience that, that is the opposite of division. That's reconciliation, that's union, that's and the vision of what is possible when you reunite with individuals who resonate with you harmoniously. And the vision of that you can see in Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, for instance, or any chorus, any choir of voices coming together, or instruments coming together to harmoniously unite and create, for example, the entire repertoire of classical music as we know it today. And they're able to do so because those musicians, those artists are connecting. They're drawing from that well deep inside of them. And you know it. You can hear it. You can feel it in their work, in their performance. And you can also tell when perhaps their vessel is tainted. And when they draw upon the waters from the well, but the tainted vessel makes it such that by the time the water reaches the village, it is now poisoned. And we discussed this last week. Everything that we've shared so far has been very positive and uplifting for the most part, and expressing the relationship between the mechanical apparatus and the physical vessel in reuniting and reconciling and creating the triune human being and drawing up the water from the well and sharing it with the village, etc., etc., etc. But we cannot afford to be naive. And the forces of mechanical nature that are set against us, that covet the water, they want to control the water. They're only too happy to corrupt and twist the water, to taint the water. And it doesn't take much to poison the well. We have that expression, to poison the well. Forget about all the allegory about the surface level water and poisoning your enemy's water supply, because that's a real thing. But then there's poisoning the well. We talked last week about how the strength and the light can become conditioned, and how even unconditional love can become conditioned. And we encountered this week as well. Not so much on our part, but on the part of an individual that we know. And we saw him suffering quite a lot of frustration, because in his attempt to shed the light and share truth, he was being gaslit and accused of something that he never said. But again, in his attempt to vindicate himself and to set the record straight, he was only digging himself deeper into this dark place of fear and control, and needing to control how other people saw him, needing to control how other people's interpreted his words, or whether or not they actually read his words as they were written. And that need to control outcomes, and that need to control how people choose to drink the water that we pour into their cups. To use that analogy, let's say our well is pure and we draw forth the water and we have it there in our vessel, and we go and we are serving it in the local tavern, and we see at one particular table, we pour everybody some water, and the first thing that they do is start putting all kinds of weird powders and stuff into their water, tainting it. We say to them, "What are you doing? That's pure crystal clear water. What are you doing with it?" Or who knows, maybe they take the water and they do something else with it. They start washing their armpits with it instead of drinking it. Or you pour them a glass of water, and what do? They put it down on the ground and let the dog drink from it or something. And you're outraged. You say, I went all the way to the well and I brought that water here for you. And now you're just pissing it away, or you're doing all this weird shit with it. What are you doing? Why are you? And if we're honest with ourselves, very often we have the best of intentions and we believe we're being altruistic and unconditional, in helping others, but when that help is not received the way we intended, or not appreciated the way we had hoped, or they respond in ways that we did not expect, and ultimately our efforts are met with a reaction which we do not approve of, which we do not like. We may feel incensed, frustrated, betrayed, any number of feelings. And when this happens, we have to recognize how insidious and how subtle our vessel is tainted, and how the water which we poured forth was actually tainted. It was not unconditional. It was not pure. It was not clear. It was clouded. It was tainted. It was spiked. And what was it spiked with? It was spiked with our expectations. It was spiked with ego. It was spiked with fear and the need to control outcomes. If what we're pouring forth are words, then very often our words are spiked with the need to be heard, with the need to be understood. And if it's just our love, our giving, very often our giving is spiked with the need to be appreciated, the need to be validated, the need to see our gifts recognized, our need to be seen, our need to be acknowledged. These are all conditions. Whether we like it or not, are tainting the water that we are pouring out of our vessel into people's cups. And very often, not always, but very often, it is the tainted water, the expectation or the need or the desire to be received, which is the fear of control and of pride in some cases, but mostly control, which is fear, will trigger the cognitive dissonance of the people into whose cup we have poured our water. Because our desire for our words to be received, for us to be heard, in other words, that condition for the outcome triggers the same ego of fear that likes to be in control. And it says, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me to validate your words or hear what you're saying. I'm going to hear what I want to hear. I'm going to see what I want to see. I don't care what you want me to think. I don't care how you want me to interpret what you're saying. I'm going to interpret what you're saying how I want to interpret it. And right away, boom, the division, the separation. There's no flowing of any shared values there, which there may have been had your waters not been tainted with the expectation to be received. And this is very, very, very hard for mortals. This is very hard for us to be able to do. Why? Because most of the time we're not even aware of these conditions, of the desperation that we can feel sometimes. We're desperate to be heard. Like in a conversation, and people are going back and forth and back and forth, and you want to contribute something to that conversation, but you can't get a word in edgewise, but you're desperate to make your point. You're desperate to get in there. You're desperate to get, because you're absolutely sure that you've got the killer point, the one thing that's going to nail this and solve the whole problem, the whole argument. Everything hinges, you believe, on this one point that you have to make. And you're waiting patiently, but you're getting frustrated, and you're like, oh, I just got to get a word in edgewise. I just got to get them to hear what I have to say. And you're desperate to be heard. And even though you're convinced that the point that you're going to make, the contribution you have to make, is going to dispel the whole argument, and everybody's going to see the light, and they're going to go, oh my God, that's it. Oh yeah, we see the light, and oh my God, he solved the problem, and everybody's going to grab a beer and all like slam the mugs together and say, hallelujah, we don't have to fight anymore. Let's sing songs. That's what you believe. You're certain of that. You know you've got the truth. You know you've got the key to unlocking this whole argument or the whole debate or the whole whatever's been going on for hours, but you haven't had a chance to get your word in edgewise. So you're so desperate to be heard. And then when you finally get your chance, you finally get your moment, somebody turns to you perhaps and says, hey, you've been pretty quiet. What do you think about all this? And finally, here it is. Your moment has come, your moment to shine. And you proudly give everybody the truth, the light, the key to solving this whole mess. And what happens? Crickets, dead silence, or laughter and mockery, or any number of rationalizations, or any number of obstacles or evasions or whatever, because nobody sees it that way. Nobody wants to hear what you have to say, not really. And they just go on with their arguments. Say, oh yeah, okay, thanks for your 2 cents, but we're really focused on this part over here. And then what? You sit there, jaw agape, flabbergasted. You can't believe it. You have to wonder, at least in part, whether or not your brilliant kernel of truth that you were so desperate, but you were so sure was going to solve everybody's problems and enlighten everyone and reveal the great irony and the great fallacy and the great folly of everyone's arguments. You have to be two things. The first is not naive and not self-aggrandizing too much, and that maybe it wasn't really the be-all and the end-all that you thought it was. But the second thing you have to accept is that maybe, just maybe, the reason why it wasn't received well, and the reason why it was reacted to with ego and reacted to with such resistance or evasion or mockery or dismissal, is because you delivered it with all of this desperation in the background and all this belief and all this other baggage that you've wrapped this little tiny kernel of truth, but it ended up getting delivered in this emotional ball of wrapping paper, like a gobstopper, like this little tiny kernel of truth in the middle, but with layers and layers and layers of desperation and emotionality, and I'm so sure and I believe, and right? In other words, you poured them tainted water. You poured them tainted water. We all do this. We all do it. All of us. We're going to take a quick pause. There's a couple comments. Let's get to them. Benjamin Ochoa says, good analogy for trying to circumscribe information. And he says this carries over to Bible study. Oh, absolutely. This carries over to any and all intellectual discussions. Okay. This carries over what we were saying earlier about people arguing over surface level water. That's what this is all about. And Supankashper says, "Hi everyone. Hope you are feeling better than last week. Thank you. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So this last example that we gave to you, and how subtle this conditioning is, the egos that are involved with this. We want to share with you an insight that we received about the nature of egos, the deeper into hell that we go. And while on the one hand, you have Dungeons and Dragons and video games, and, you know, as you progress in the video game into levels and levels and levels and levels, the bosses get bigger and meaner and harder and more snarling and more powerful and more, right? They're more foreboding and all the rest of it. And that's fine. And that's fine for fantasy. And that's fine for science fiction. And it's fine for many other of these genres that are trying to show, yes, the deeper you go, the more powerful the demons become. And we just have to look at Lord of the Rings, for example, and the battle between Gandalf the Grey and the Balrog. And the Balrog is no pushover, right? He's an elder demon of the darkness, of the underworld. But last night we watched a movie called Tar, starring Cate Blanchett, and it was semi-biographical. We don't know how true to life much of the dramatization was, but it was about a real individual, uh, Lydia Tarr, who at the time of the events of the film was the conductor of the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra. And it is a very naturalistic, slice of life type film about a very successful conductor, wealthy and successful in just about every way that one could be judged from, again, an exoteric point of view. In fact, at the beginning of the film, she's doing this interview, and the interviewer begins the interview by rhyming off all of her accomplishments, all of her achievements. And this whole scene takes something like 5 or 10 minutes out of the film. As the film progresses, you start to get a sense that something is rotten in the state of Denmark, or in this case, in the city of Berlin, and that there's something off about the lead character, the protagonist. And it's manifesting in very subtle ways. She turns out either willingly or unwittingly, but in some cases very willingly, how deceptive and manipulative and controlling she is. And by the end of the film, it's like, I would say it's a modern, contemporary, naturalistic portrayal of a Faustian tragedy, like a Shakespearean level of of descent into darkness and even on the verge of madness. So it would have been wonderful if there was actually like a King Lear like moment on the heath in words and everything, you know what I mean? There was something in us that felt that something like that would have really been a beautiful crescendo to the movie, but in the end we got just the naturalistic kind of quote realistic expression of that, which was a little anticlimactic, but nonetheless, as a meditation, Kate Blanchett's performance had you there the whole time. You could feel, certainly I could feel the demon possessing her, possessing this woman. That was how powerful Kate Blanchett's very subtle performance was able to get across. It ended up being a very cathartic experience for me personally, given the nature of the demon that I live with. So if you watch the film, your mileage may vary, but the key here is subtlety. And the closer we get to our nemesis, our ultimate villain, our ultimate final boss, don't be looking for some gigantic, larger than life, snarling, fire breathing, winged, horned demon to battle. No, no, no. You have to turn to that one of the most popular movie franchises in cinematic history, but prior to the Daniel Craig era. You have to look at the Bond films. The Bond films and to Sherlock Holmes. And specifically Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty, his arch nemesis. But we prefer the Bond films because there are more examples and more people are familiar with them. And again, we're talking about Bond before Daniel Craig. Okay? Daniel Craig, Bond became more like the Bourne Identity and John Wick and all kinds of postmodern nonsense. No, 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 no. You have to go back to the era of the gentleman villain. The villain who's a mirror image to Bond. He's everything that Bond is. He's well dressed, he's well spoken, he's suave, he's debonair, he's intelligent, and he's a spy. He's subtle. He's very Bond. In no James Bond movie does Bond ever get into a fist fight with the villain. They never come to fisticuffs. When they're in the same room, they're drinking cognac. Or they're playing chess or they're drinking cognac. It's all innuendo and it's all subtle. Everything's beneath the surface. It is the nature of our greatest obstacles, our greatest, most powerful adversaries that we face. The ones that are most like ourselves. And their subtlety, their cleverness, their maniacal genius. This is what we have to prepare ourselves for. Because everything that we describe to you about what taints our water and what turns our unconditional love into conditional love, and how most of the time we're not even aware that when we're speaking to people, we think we're speaking altruistically and we think we're speaking the truth and what they need to hear, but we're speaking it with all these conditions attached. I want them to hear me. I want them to understand. I want them to accept. I want them to follow my advice. I want them to change their life. I want them to, right? I want them to validate and I want them to acknowledge my contribution. Or I just want to be heard. Or you go down the line. And how often are you consciously thinking that? Never, ever are you consciously thinking that. No, it's your Bond villain. The man behind the shadows who's just rumor and innuendo. What do you need to do? You need to be like Bond and penetrate all the outer layers of the defenses. And you have to go through your journey of intrigue, fighting all these lower minions that you do get into fisticuffs with. And these arch villains always have these henchmen that are these deadly, maniacal henchmen that can derail you and block you and do the boss's dirty work for him. But that elusive arch nemesis, that elusive villain, the one that's threatening the entire world with total dominance, and he does it from the shadows, unseen, unheard. Just the genius machinations of his villainy. How aware are we of these egos of ours? How conscious are we of our internal Bond villain? The one that is able to capture our cleanest, purest waters from the well and taint it with but a drop from an eyedropper, and taint it without us being aware of it. And recognize that the closer we get, the higher we get, the more clever and subtle our shadow gets. Because the closer we get to our ineffable true self, the more our shadow mirrors that subtlety, those ineffable qualities. And the shadow becomes truly not just a shadow, but a rumor. Are we aware of this? Are we conscious of this? Do we know that this is what we face? Or do we think we're going to face some fire-breathing Balrog who's 4 stories tall? No. No, you're not facing your fire-breathing Balrog who's 4 stories tall. You are facing a Bond villain who doesn't even appear in the film until the last, the last quarter of the film. Doesn't even show his face. And when he does, it's a conversation over cognac. It's not fisticuffs. This is the most subtle and insidious, but diabolically clever. And we cannot afford to be naive. We cannot afford to be complacent. And we certainly cannot afford to do what so many do on the spiritual path. Believe that I'm awakened, I'm enlightened. My journey is over. Oh, I can see auras. I can see this. I can see that. I have this kind of clairvoyance. I can see that kind of clairvoyance. I can talk with animals. I can read people's minds. I must be an enlightened Buddha. The reason why Bond villains are mirror images of James Bond, because Bond has a license to kill. The lesson that we have to learn from this, one of the most popular franchises of movie history, is that we have to kill everything that we prize in ourselves, that we take possession of and believe we are so suave and debonair and charismatic and right? Because Bond is confident. Bond is a womanizer. Bond is cocky and arrogant, as he is suave and debonair. Bond is everything that the villains are, including believing that he's on the side of the right. He's on the right side of history, and he has a license to kill. But what Bond kills is a mirror image of himself. And Bond goes through a hero's journey, an arc, in every one of those movies. And many times, the womanizing Bond, the woman that he seduces and has sex with in the first act, ends up dead. Like in Goldfinger, when, if we're not mistaken, Pussy Galore is the one who ends up dying of asphyxiation because she's been spray painted gold. And Bond realizes in that moment, Sean Connery, he plays that, saying, I killed her. By me having sex with her, that was her betrayal of Goldfinger. And there's the result. He's killed her now. So we can look at those movies and say, that's just genre, pop culture, nonsense, so on and so forth. A movie franchise doesn't survive for 40 years. Through how many different actors? Sean Connery, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, and gosh, someone will have to give me the fourth one. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, and then Daniel Craig. So it's really 5 in total. Although we're not a fan of the Daniel Craig Bond movies because they broke the archetypal lessons at what we're talking about here. They broke the mold. They broke the formula. They ruined it. They turned it into a Bourne Identity movie. They killed what Bond is and what Bond always was and what Bond always should be. But into those classical Bond films, if we see them for what they are, the hero facing themselves with just a subtle tweak, that's all it is. The closer you get to your true self, the harder and harder and harder it's going to be for you to discern the egos that are conditioning your true self's will and the light and the love that your true self is trying to put into form in the world. People very rarely talk this way and very rarely talk about this. You know why? Because very few people know this. And yet there it is. In the entire Bond movie franchise, you can see it for yourself. Which is why those movies are so beloved and why they survived for 40 years. There's no other franchise that has survived that long. Westerns died out. Right? All these, and now even Marvel movies have died out. Marvel couldn't sustain anywhere near that long. And it was a multi-billion dollar franchise. And yet Bond, 40 years, all these different actors, all these different eras. Why? Because of this archetypal truth that we are sharing with you. Who the adversary and the nature of the adversary is, and why integration of the shadow, as Carl Jung describes it, is so essential. We must recognize that our shadow is a shadow of us. The Bond villain is a mirror image to Bond. And when you watch Tar with Cate Blanchett, she brilliantly portrays this in a subtle and powerful performance within her own person. It's not allegorized, right? Because it's a naturalistic portrayal. There is no outside enemy that she battles. She's battling this all inside of herself. And Cate Blanchett has to show this in this naturalistic portrayal, which what makes it a very powerful movie in its own right. It's a very different kind of movie, clearly, but it's essentially coming down and showing the same thing, which is what all good drama, and in truth, all great drama and high art is here to teach us. The nature of the eternal conflict between ourselves and ourself. Between that which creates the division. And so from the psychological perspective of Carl Jung, the integration of the shadow is like Bond getting to that pinnacle scene, which is always the best scene in Bond movies. It's when Bond and the villain are in the same room having a chat, having a gentlemanly talk. It's the highlight of every Bond movie. Yeah, the action, the gadgets, the beautiful women, the sex, the what? Yeah. That's all fine when you're 13 years old and watching these things on rerun on a Saturday afternoon or whatever. But in truth, it's the interaction between when Bond meets his shadow self. And usually, and this is the big joke, right? This is the joke of Bond movies that Austin Powers parodied and that everybody likes to parody, is the fact that when they do finally meet, oh, well, of course the villain tells Bond his plan. He lays it out on a platter. And everybody makes fun of this. Everybody makes a joke about this. No, this is the shadow revealing the truth. This is the shadow self unveiling itself. This is the integration of the shadow. Bond finally learning what his nemesis is up to. And that's what happens when we observe ourselves, when we get close to ourselves, when we reconcile the shadow. So when we realize who the true adversary is, and when we learn, we extract, we comprehend how it causes us and other suffering, we learn of its grand plan. We learn of its diabolical plan to control the world. And we are the world, right? We are the world in microcosm. It's our world, remember? Remember the thumbnail for today's live stream. And remember what we said about the microcosm. Let's get this double out of the way. And remember what we said about you being the Lord of your own fiefdom, of your own kingdom, of your own world. So your nemesis wants to rule your world. You have this Bond villain. And the higher you get in rank as a hero, the closer and closer you're going to get to your ultimate nemesis. This is Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty. And that nemesis, whatever it is that you face, is as subtle and intelligent and genius. It's far more than you are. And you may say, well, I don't believe that. Really? Have you compared a mountain climber to Mount Everest lately? Why is Bond put into these impossible circumstances? He has to rise to the challenge. He has to become more than what he was. That's why every Bond movie, there's an arc for Bond. There's a character arc. There's a hero's journey. And in truth, your ultimate nemesis can only be defeated by your higher self, by your true self. You can't do it, certainly not alone. And if you try, you will fail. Because you will be approaching a mechanical entity with nothing but your mechanical faculties. You will be like poor Graham Hancock and Flint Dibble, butting heads, two intellects butting heads, going nowhere. And it'll just be exhausting, just draining all your energy. And guess what? Your ego is going to be happy. Your nemesis is going to be happy, going, hee hee hee, I'm getting all the energy and I'm getting all the consciousness, and he's going nowhere fast. I've got him in a stalemate. The best you'll ever get is a stalemate if you don't surrender to your higher self, if you don't hand over the reins to your innermost hero. At some point, you have to cross through this gate behind us here. And reconcile yourself to the fact that you're not qualified. You're a mechanical and physical vessel only. The ultimate reconciliation, the ultimate reversal of division that grants you the vision and that grants you the power and ability to even go up against your nemesis like Bond is surrender. The recognition that you are not qualified. You are a pulley system and a vessel, but you're not the one who goes into the well and gets the water. That bucket and that rope is essential. And that bucket is your innermost being, your monad, and your rope is consciousness. So, coming back full circle again. The higher you rise, the deeper you have to go, and the deeper you go, the higher you rise. But that means the length of your consciousness has to increase. The scope and depth to which you are present and aware and conscious must increase, must lengthen. So that means meditation, self-observation, self-remembering, as we discussed many, many times. And really paying attention. Because again, when people react to what you're saying or how you're saying it, don't always assume it's just because they're being closed-minded. You have to always be conscious of, am I tainting my own waters? And if I am, how am I doing that? What is it inside of me that is doing that I'm not aware of? Where is my Bond villain? And how is my Bond villain doing his subtle machinations behind the curtain? It's a whole other lifting of the veil, is it not? And you have to cut through the obstruction, the smoke screen. Again, you slice through it with your penetrating consciousness, your focus, your concentration. And many times you can only accomplish that in meditation after the fact, which brings us back to retrospection meditation and all the other techniques and practices that we shared weeks earlier when we did our series on meditation. So in many ways, to reverse division and regain our vision and achieve reconciliation, it's always and foremost about recognition. Recognition means recognition. If you want to think cognition means to think, fine. Okay. You have to reorganize the apparatus of your mechanical self and reposition your vessel from being the source, as many people think it is, to being a servant, to serving the true source, or at the very least, serving your true vessel for the true source. So in our case, Attila serves Atlas, who is a vessel for Allux. And we are just at that point where the subtlety with which our nemesis gets in the way of Atlas is it's sometimes just stunning how subtle and how we are discovering week after week just how far we have to go. We are nowhere near overcoming or comprehending the adversary that we face. Doesn't mean that we're going to spend all our time watching James Bond movies. We're way beyond that. We spent the better part of our youth doing that. We don't need to go and revisit all of that. But what it does mean is we have a lot of work still to do, a lot of work before we've crossed over through that portal and everything that we have to give flows well and truly unconditionally. James Bond has to kill his nemesis. He has to face his nemesis, comprehend his plan, and eliminate him, which is eliminating himself. This is all allegorical and metaphorical understanding, right? We're talking about psychological death here. But the closer we get to our higher self, the closer we get to the most subtle shadows of ourself. And it is that subtle aspects of division that are the most difficult and the most challenging. And that's why James Bond is who he is and has to be who he is. Because anyone less than that will fail. Does anyone have any questions at this point? Quite a lot happened this week from a standpoint of and everything that we shared with you, is all related, as you can see, and serendipitously all just aligned with where we were coming from and presumably where we're going to. Where we go from here, we don't know. Benjamin says, nope. He says, just to thank you for sharing your information with us. We want to emphasize that very often we have this notion, or perhaps in our experience with some teachers, And we won't name any names. Sometimes it is presented to us that our mortal self and our mechanical self, how, evil it is or negative it is, or so on and so forth, right? We have to differentiate between the mechanical egos and the mind. And perhaps what they would say is you have to make the mind conscious. So it's the conscious mind, or the solar mind, as opposed to the lunar mind. And that's a very real phenomenon that we don't want to ignore, and we don't want to belittle in any way, because it's absolutely true. But we also wanted to be clear that a true human being is a triunity. And a true human being, we wanted to make absolutely clear that the mind and the physical body is required. So when we say thinking is a problem or belief is a problem, and we don't want anybody to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And it is simply a question of whom does the mind serve? And if the mind is reacting mechanically, if the mind is serving fear and pride and anger and lust and gluttony and envy and all the rest of it, then the mind is being hijacked, right? The apparatus that should be lowering the bucket and drawing up the water from the well is being used to make catapults and crossbows and fences for reservoirs. And then the physical vessel is drawing stale, stagnant, putrid water from the reservoirs instead of the well. Why? Because that's what all of the mechanical apparatus has been used for, to hoard water in the reservoir. And so naturally, you go to where the water is. And if there's no well, but there's a reservoir, that's where you go to. And that's where 99% of people go to. They go to their memories, they go to their conditioned beliefs, they go to their reservoir of water. And that's what they transfer via their vessel. So you can call all of that surface activity lunar, mechanical, superficial. But that mechanical apparatus, if applied to a well and you dig deep in meditation, you dig deep within yourself, and you have to lengthen your consciousness, then you set up that apparatus. You need that apparatus to serve the water and the bucket, to draw it up and pull it up out of the well and pour it into the vessel. So this is a process then of working on making your mechanical mind and your physical vessel solar, not lunar. Making the mental body, the emotional body, the vital body, the physical body conscious, solar, in service of the being and in service of the innermost intimate Christ and truth and light and love, the eternal flow within that pours forth through the monad, through the consciousness, down through the mind, the emotions, energy, and physical body. So that you physically type, or you physically sing, or you physically sculpt, or you physically dance, or whatever it is that you do, build houses, unplug toilets, it doesn't matter. But you do that in the service of the eternal flow within. So we feel important to emphasize because, again, sometimes it may come across like the mind is evil and that the rational mind cannot be trusted and that the physical body is dirty, right? And it's not. These are essential tools. These are essential aspects of the triunity in microcosm. And we feel, having been given this allegory of the well and comprehending that it is impossible for the infinite flow of water in the well to fill cups on a table. There is a process, there is a mechanism that the light and love and unformed essences of form in the world of the formless, of the ineffable, of the subtle, there is a process that it must go through. There is a portal, a gate that it must pass through into the world of form. And we all, each and every one of us, can be that gate. Benjamin Ochoa says, this point or topic is very ephemeral, which I'm sure burdens all of us. But, this is what it means to be a true human being, a triune human being. This is, it's not easy. It's not easy. Nobody said it was easy. But if you can orient yourself in this way and focus on digging that well, the infinite flow is beneath your feet. All you have to do is dig. And all you have to do is reorient your mechanical apparatus and your physical vessel to the task of emptying out all the dirt from the hole and then drawing up the water from the well and taking it forth unconditionally to the world, untainted, in other words. It's not easy, but each and every day, if you begin your day with this meditation, or at some point in your day, at the evening or whatever, you include this visualization, this conscious ritual of digging that well and bringing forth the water in whatever form that is meaningful to you. The layers and levels of division will slowly begin peeling away, peeling back, and your vision will become that much clearer. Right? Another way to say it is that the water coming up from the well will be less murky. Because, of course, when you're digging a well and you get to the first moist dirt at the bottom of the well, yeah, there's moisture there, but it's still mud. It's murky, it's muddy. You gotta get to where you dig through to get the clear flow, right? There's lots of ways we can build nuance into that particular analogy. and your experience of it will be like that. So you play with that analogy in your meditation. Allow it to allow it to elaborate itself in your consciousness. Use your visualization, the power of your conscious imagination. Always remembering the allegory of what we're talking about here. And you will suffer division no more. You may suffer new kinds of obstacles, because having vision brings with it a whole different set of challenges. But it's this division that we were on about today. Suffer no more division. Benjamin says, I'm very honored. Attlas, thanks. We'll give everyone a minute or two more if anyone wants to ask anything or mention anything, or we want to thank everybody for being here today. This was another long one. But again, a lot happened this week. And this was important insofar as it synthesizes the past 2 weeks. Inspire and unite, or dispirit and divide. What came to us and what we experienced was the reconciliation of these two apparent opposites and paradoxical outcomes of suffering, that it can inspire and unite or dispirit and divide. So we needed to synthesize all of this and to focus on division and reconciliation of division. In other words, as everything that we've said, to create this gate through which we can not just receive the vision, but then become a vessel for that vision and give forth that vision to a thirsty world, a world dying of thirst, if we're honest with ourselves. Even though they are not honest with themselves for the most part, but perhaps we'll have more to say about that next week. We'll have to see how things unfold over the next 7 days. Roma, we hope we're pronouncing this right, Roma. Is it Dionysius? Roma Dionysius? She says, thank you. Well, thank you, Roma, for being here. We hope we did not butcher your name too badly. If no one else has any other comments or questions, we want to thank you again, everyone, for being here today. And we hope that everybody has a wonderful week. And we look forward to seeing all of you again next week. And as always, we hope to be able to cut some highlights from today's live stream, and that we will be uploading to our YouTube channel and Facebook throughout the course of the week, which we try to do every week, sometimes more successfully than others. We will see how this week unfolds. So thank you all again for your time, for your attention. We hope that you have a wonderful week ahead of you. And we want to remind all of you again, as always, inferential peace. Thank you. Take care, everyone.